Good morning. Kitsune has resubscribed for the 10th month. Yeah, thank you so much. Nyalk says butts. There's always butts. Good morning. Trying to remember how my camera gets centered. Yeah, there we go. Sure, that'll work. Yes, we are back in the top-down view because I am almost done this crochet project. I should be able to finish it off today. Whether or not I finish it off on stream is anybody's guess. In particular, a Miller butt. Miller does have a very good butt. So what this is not actually a blanket. This is, if you look here, so I started from this end, and we've got an armhole. And then I continued across the back. And now we have another armhole. So it's going to be a vest. I'm not going to put sleeves on it. I'm just going to have it be like a light and breezy spring summer crochet vest for Kara, because she really liked the colors on this yarn. So I was like, all right, I will make you something out of it. So I'm working on the other front panel here, and I'm just about done. Because if we look here at this side, I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 double rows, I guess, because it's back and then back and forth to do each of the I don't know what you would want to call these, bubbles, holes. So it's a total of 24 rows, but I've got 12 bubbles between the front edge and the armhole. So on this end, I want to do same thing, 12 bubbles between this armhole and the other edge. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm working on the 5th. So we'll get up to 12, and then that should make it symmetrical. And then I'm going to do a edging around the entire thing. And that should do it. There we go. So yeah, I rather than doing crochet, or sorry, this is crochet. But rather than doing sewing or anything, I decided to work on this today, see if I can get it pretty close to completion. Alright, OBS, go on. I know you don't like doing things in the chat window. 1 second. Let me just re-pull that doc. There we go. Checking in from Team Totally Awake. Sort of new project. Not really new project, it's almost done, but project I have not worked on stream on before. This has been my sort of, it's actually not taken me too long to do this. I've only been working on it a month or so. But this has been my, I'm going to work on it in front of the television project for a while. And I've been streaming other things, so this is the first time I'm actually streaming it. But it's pretty close to done. So hopefully we can get it done. If not on stream, sometime this afternoon. But yes, I hear you, Randus. I have my coffee. I'm a few minutes late because I was also totally awake. It does look so angy. I think Randus Randus bred us a new one while I was playing Final Fantasy 15 the other day, so none of us could see what it looked like. And I think he was attempting to make it less angry, and it didn't work. Oh, okay. Still angry, but at least smirking instead of yelling now. I'll take it. And pink. Less angry, now sassy. Exactly. Yeah, actually, this is what I have been working on during D&D. You are correct. Because I concentrate better if my hands are working on something. And, for anyone curious, I actually do still have the label. So this is I think ice cream is Lion brand, isn't it? Yeah. So this is a Lion brand ice cream big scoop, which is 10 ounces. And the colorway on it is Moose Tracks. And I picked it up specifically because, well, A, it's pretty, but Moose Tracks is my favorite ice cream. And I looked at it and I'm like, this doesn't... Moose Tracks is chocolate. There's not usually pink and blue in it, but alright, y'all. Uh-oh, what cryptid is the one that most likely to talk back to you? Oh gosh, this is gonna be a pun, but I can't think right off what it would be. Big Mouth? I mean, that's not a cryptid, but... Oh, the Sasquatch. Ha! Nice, I like it. I was close. I had the right cryptid, the wrong name. And then for the end here, we're actually doing a treble crochet. There we go. Chain one. Flip it around. Eternally disappointed that the best variegated yarns are all acrylic. I know. I love variegated yarns so much. I mean, well, okay, so it depends on how variegated you want it. If you want it, like regulated so that each color change is the same length, so you can do like color pooling or something, then yeah, they're most likely going to be acrylic because you need something that's machine dyed, like dyed by robots, because hand dyeing is just not that precise. What you can do, if you don't care how precise the color changes are, it's changing colors. So like this is a variegated yarn as opposed to like a solid color. Sometimes you'll also hear them called ombre. Variegated and ombre both mean color changing. The difference is usually that variegated is very extreme color changes. Like from here, it's hopping from pink to blue to yellow. Those are all very different colors. And if you look at the actual yarn strand, see if I can get it close enough to make it clear. You can see right where it changes color. Like right here it's blue, right here it's pink, it changes color right here. Ombre yarn is usually made using a slightly different dye technique. So ombre is usually variations on all the same shade. Trying to see if I have one on hand. Okay, so like this is not the best example, but it's what I have close enough to grab. So like this would be closer to an ombre yarn. Because it's all shades of purple, it's just kind of blending from one shade to another shade of all the same color. And if I were to pull this out, the color change is probably much more gradual because of the way that it's dyed and the way that the dye tends to soak into the yarn. The color change will be a lot more gradual over a much longer length of yarn. So when you're actually working with an ombre yarn, it tends to like blend together and create more of a like a gradient almost, as opposed to this where it's much more like stripes because the color change is so extreme. So that was a very long explanation, but typically variegated and ombre both just mean it's a color changing yarn. What was I saying before that? Oh yes, if you want something that's got very precise and measured color changes, you're going to want to look for something machine dyed, which is unfortunately probably going to be acrylic. If you don't care as much about how precise your color changes are, and you just want something that changes color, I've actually been looking at, there's a lot of, there's some really cool people on Etsy that do hand-painted fleece tops for spinning that come in a lot of really cool colors. So once I have my spinning wheel, I am planning to work on spinning variegated yarns, yalk, out of like, you know, sheep. So we might be able to work something out if you want some sheep wools. Because my first yarns are not going to be very good, but somebody will have to do something with them. Ooh, pride yarns. Yeah, I've got a couple that are not advertised as pride yarns, but are the pride colors. So I'm trying to decide what to do with them. But yeah, if you look on Etsy for like hand-painted wool fleece or like hand-painted combed top is usually what it's called when it's processed for spinning. There's some farms out there that are doing really, really nice dye jobs and then selling them for spinning. So I am looking forward to acquiring a few of those for when I can practice spinning. It's going to be fun. That's 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So I've done the initial pass to create the little loops, and now I'm just going through and reinforcing them with single crochet. And then when I go back the other way, I'll be making more loops. So it's a fairly simple pattern. I guess you'd call this a stitch. I mean, yeah, it's a lace stitch, but yeah, it's a fairly simple pattern. Don't make yarn out of sheep. We like sheep and need them for games and cultural exchange. Yes, yes, yes. But the shearing doesn't harm the sheep. Sorry, I should have been more clear. I'm going to be making the yarn out of the hair of the sheep. And only with consent. It baffles me, the people that are like, oh, you shouldn't shear sheep, like you're leaving them naked, like how dare you take away their natural wool. And it's like, have you never seen a sheep that's not been sheared? Yeah, actually shearing does in fact make the sheep healthier. Partially because sheep have been bred over time to produce more wool. But even like, even not necessarily wild sheep, but like even sheep that aren't necessarily bred for their wool still need to be sheared. Yeah, they become a big ball of fluff, to the point where it's hard for them to move. It's hard for them to regulate their temperatures because there's so much wool. There's also the factor of sometimes it can make the sheep, trigger warning, slightly gross, but when a sheep poops, if the poop gets caught in the wool too much and gets held too close to the sheep's body, it can make them sick, because bacteria and such, if the wool catches it and holds it too close to the skin for too long. So yes, shear your sheep. It is better for the health of the sheep. And if it's a sheep that's being sheared, they're not gonna die of cold from suddenly being sheared, because typically you only shear in the spring and summer anyway, and also any good farmer is going to have a barn or other indoor space for them to go if it does get too cold when they don't have enough wool for protection. Like, any good wool farmer is going to be taking care of their sheep. It's not going to hurt the sheep to shear them. Fun fact, many sheep farmers are now moving towards crossbreeding with wild, naturally shedding breeds because the cost of wool has dropped to the point where shearing and selling the wool isn't covering the cost of professional shearing services. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting, but makes sense. Yeah, a lot of wild sheep will naturally shed their coats, too. I had forgotten about that. Morning, Merlin. You are not very late. How is the homework? Hopefully not bad. Oh yeah, I figured you were referring to sheep. I was attempting to continue the joke and then got distracted with actual facts. Because I made the joke about only with consent and then got sidetracked by a thought of whether or not actual animal sheep can consent, and then, well, actually shearing is for their own good, even if some people try to argue that it's not. So yeah, that's how that train of thought happened. Luckily, our friend sheep can give consent. This is true. Sheared. Yeah. Yes. S-H-E-A-R. Although, if you're talking about like mountain bighorn sheep, you could shear them on a sheer cliff. It's probably not recommended, but you could. Been up since 7? Ew. By choice? See, that doesn't quite work in my dialect, Kitsune, because if I were to read that in my accent, it would be the sheer, share. But very close. Yeah, exactly, Yalk. If sheep is sheer, it needs to be fed better. If you can see through your sheep, please feed it more. Yes, so you can get everything done. Oh no. I hope you're able to concentrate. Quick, Randus. Ask her something that only Merlin would know. Oh god, I still haven't sent your box, Merlin. I'll try to get that off this week. Hey, Kitsune. No, Kitsune's been here a while. Hey, Kite. My brain saw the KIT and was like, yes, that's totally the correct name to call. Oh, you can't ask her something only Merlin would know because I'm not supposed to know about something? Oh, fun. That's not concerning at all. I'm sure it's fine. Everything's fine. Kite has also been here the whole time, but in Victoria? Oh, Victoria 3. Okay, that's fair. For half a second, I was like, Victoria, BC or Victoria, Australia? Or is there a Victoria in the UK? Which I'm sure there probably is. And then I saw the 3 after, and I was like, oh, right, that makes more sense. I mean, also on my screen, Kitsune's name is purple and Kite's name is orange, so I still shouldn't have gotten them mixed up. But you know, 1, 2, 3, that's only 4. Here we go. And the little end bit here is 3. Terrible game idea, Kitsune or Kite. I feel like that would be one of those games where some of the questions are blindingly obviously easy, and then other questions you're like, Oh, interesting. Randus has dragging privileges? Well, I mean, yeah, because I guess he can drag us from the regular D&D chat to the secrets channel. So I guess it makes sense he'd be able to drag from... I guess, yeah, it would be the same permission to drag from the general voice channel into the D&D channel. Fun! 5, there we go. Skip 3. Pardon me. I'm going to recenter that a bit more. 1, 2, 3. Even tested it one day when Kite was doing the programming. Ooh, that's fun. Okay, after the coffee kicks in, Yalk is going to try making a bowl. Ooh. Better idea, try before the coffee kicks in. Oh no. I'm guessing like a turned bowl on your lathe? Fun. I know I've recommended him before, but if you haven't yet, you should check out Peter Brown on YouTube. He used to do a lot of woodworking. More recently, he's done a lot of resin work. But he does a lot of projects that are turned on the lathe, and it's just really fascinating to watch him work. He's one of those YouTubers that goes, I wonder if I can make a project out of this. This is probably a really bad idea. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make a project out of this. And it's fascinating. He does a lot of like resin and wood combination projects too, just to see if things will work. The one that stands out, the couple that stand out in my mind is he did one that was because he had like a bowl form, and he piled pieces of charcoal into it and then cast the entire thing in resin, so it was like a resin bowl form with chunks of charcoal embedded in it, and then he turned that on the lathe to make it into a bowl. That was really cool. And then another time he did the same thing but with metal filings, which turned out to not be a great idea. I believe he ended up calling that the Demon Bowl. And he literally hurt himself trying to turn it because it was, as he was scraping at the resin, the wood, the metal shavings in it were just like shredding his knuckles every time they brushed against it. It turned out looking really cool. He did actually finish it, but it was a hell of a project. He also once made an axe handle out of gummy bears and resin. Again, just because he wanted to see if it would work. It totally did, sort of. He got it to work in the end. It just required a little bit more finagling than he was expecting it to. He was trying to sand it and was sanding through the resin to the gummy bear, which, you know, gummy bears notoriously hard to sand. So he had to sort of rethink his methodology on account of his sander getting sticky. Yeah, I believe he ended up using a set of cheap throwaway tools on that bowl just because he knew they were going to get destroyed in the process. But he's fascinating to watch and very charismatic. His videos are always a good time. He also does a series of like testing various household products to see if they can be used to cheaply dye resin. He's where I got the idea to use old makeup palettes and oh gosh, how many? 3, 4, 5. Old makeup palettes and ground up watercolor paints to dye resin, because he tried it and they both work really well. Like, eyeshadow is just mica powder, and usually much cheaper. But he's done all kinds of stuff, like macaroni and cheese powder can be used to theoretically dye resin. If you want an orange color, it can be used to achieve an orange color. Two catches in a row, time to retire, champion. I mean, sure. But yeah, that's not bad luck. Especially just using Pokeballs. Experimenting with things to try to stain wood. Oh yeah. Oh, coffee would be good. Yeah. Because tea staining has been a thing for a long time. So you might as well try other things. Does bleach work on wood? Like, could you do, like, interesting splatter and pooling effects with bleach on wood the same way that you can on fabric? You wouldn't bleach the... Oh, that's true, because it would start, like, literally dissolving the wood and stuff, too. That makes sense. I didn't even think about that. You're right. Yeah, it works with fabric because it strips the color and then you stop it before it actually starts harming the fiber. But yeah, it makes sense that it would work differently with wood. Also, I was yesterday years old when I realized that Twitch has a feature to directly export VODs straight from Twitch to YouTube. Because the way I've been doing it, like, I have OBS set to record natively at the same time that I'm streaming. So I've just then taken those files and uploaded them to YouTube. But obviously for my Final Fantasy 15 playthrough, since I'm on my PS4, I can't do it that way. So I went to Twitch to be like, okay, well, I'll download the file and then, upload it to YouTube. And I was like, what do you mean there's an export option? So that just made my life a lot easier. The main thing with stains and woods is that unlike paint, which forms a film over the top of the surface, the stains seep into the grain underneath. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So if you were to use a chemical like bleach, you would not be able to remove the bleach. Oh, it would stay in the wood continually reacting until all of the bleach was used up, or, all of the wood was gone. That makes sense. Thank you for the explanation, Yao. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Intellectually, I knew the difference between paint and a stain. I just hadn't quite, grasped, okay, yeah, it's sitting on the top versus soaking into it. That makes sense. Yeah, that is the other thing, Kate. Like um, my native recordings won't have any connection issues, so I'll probably still, and like I'm recording those files anyway, so I'll probably still keep doing it that way for like my Sunday crafting streams. But yeah, it's a lot more convenient for the PS4 streams to just export them. I am fully caught up to on VOD to YouTube then. I think I have one or two more like I think I'm behind 2 or 3 crafting streams that I need to still put up. And my last Pokemon stream, because I need to stitch that one together. Because remember, I was having all the connection issues and I ended up breaking the stream halfway through. So I need to stitch those 2 halves back together and upload that one. But otherwise, yeah, I'm pretty caught up on YouTube. That was 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. BRB, time to make more coffee. Well, I mean, if you hadn't used it all up on the wood yelp, you'd probably still have some. But yes, by all means, go make more. Congratulations. I mean, I think Kun is a couple months behind watching anyhow, but it does feel nice to be actually caught up, more or less. Oh, I should have put my glasses on. Oh well, I'll grab them when I get up for break. See, you can tell that this is for Kara because of all the pink. Okay, guys, you're gonna have to make up your minds. Does Merlin need more coffee or less coffee? Or does this mean that she's at the exact right amount of coffee? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Doing far too many things at once. That's fair. Pardon me. I mean, I would argue that the homework is the most important, but that would depend on the due date. If it's due tomorrow, please do your homework. If it's due like a week from now, then yeah, you do you. Priorities. Oh man, okay, so as some oh, it's due tonight. Do your homework, Merlin. For fuck's sakes, do your homework. Priorities? I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so as some of you might have seen on the Discord, Kara got word this week that her store is going to be closing this summer. So she'll be getting laid off, but they're giving them a minimum of 8 weeks notice, and she hasn't even gotten her notice yet. And I'm like, we did math, and with my new job, like, thank God this isn't a year ago when we both worked there, because that would have been absolute panic. But with the new job I've got now, I can cover all of our bills if I have to. Like, we'll be fine. So it's not like we're not panicking, and Kara is hang on, my phone just buzzed. And I'm actually waiting on delivery. So hold that thought. Aha, okay. Yes, I have a delivery I have to go run and grab. I will be right back. Very brief break. But yeah, it's not the end of the world. Kara's taking this as an opportunity, and actually there's a really cool serendipitous timing thing that has happened. But I'll get into that after I go grab the thing that's sitting on our porch. BRB. Okay, back. Thank you for the patience. go and grab the cat food. Yes, so they're going to give her at least 8 weeks notice. They're not expecting... The rough estimate, I think, is June is when they're expecting to fully close. So we've got time. And they'll be getting their individually tailored severance packages around the end of March. So she's going to kind of stick it out and wait and see what her severance package looks like before she decides whether she'll stay to the bitter end and take severance or try to jump ship for something else early. We'll see how it goes. So yesterday she had a call she called one of her really good friends. Well, one of our really good friends. It's just Kara's known her longer. And we're, just talking and chatting and catching up and, discussing, because Em had seen the news and was like, oh my God, are you guys going to be okay? And we're like, oh yeah, we'll be all right. But serendipitously, Em is leaving her current posting, which is more money than Kara's making right now, and work from home, and the kind of job that it looks like she would enjoy. So she'll be sliding her resume over to Em so that Em can pass it off to her boss. And it just, I don't know, it feels really serendipitous that Em is getting promoted and leaving her job at exactly the right moment. So yeah, everything will be fine. So Kara's taking it as an opportunity, even if snagging Em's job doesn't work out. She's kind of considering going back to school. She's kind of considering taking like a part-time job. Like we'll see how it goes. There's plenty of options where we'll be fine. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so all of the hugs and the luck to her. She was still kind of in shock over the weekend, I think. But yeah, we'll be okay. We'll be fine. Has the Yak acquired more coffee? Coffee is important. Yay, coffee! Pardon me. It's too early in the morning to be talking this much, apparently. Oh, in other fabulous news, my stitches finally fell out. Well, they've kind of been falling out in bits and pieces all week, but I think the last bit of them fell out last night. So yay! I still kind of have to be a little bit careful while I chew, because I am still healing a bit, but thank God no more stitches. Huzzah. But otherwise, I think that's the major news that's happened this week. Work from home can be very hit or miss for most people. You wouldn't want to do it full time. That's fair. And I think it would probably present some challenges for her, but it's worth a try. And if it doesn't end up working out, she can always just look for something different. I feel like it's one of those things that for Kara specifically, she'll either take to it like a duck to water and it'll be the perfect environment and she'll have no trouble with it, or it'll be absolutely impossible. And it's really hard to tell which it would be. but I will possibly see. But she's also done, like, so she's done various, like, training courses and stuff from home. And has never had a problem with, like, concentration or anything. Yeah, that's the thing, y'all, because I can see her starting to have trouble with the isolation. But Em was also saying that the team that she's on, they do fairly frequent, like, calls and stuff, which again is not the same thing as in-person meetings or seeing people in person, but it could help. We'll just have to, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I don't think she'll have any trouble, like, focusing or getting distracted or anything, especially if, because she was talking about transforming a corner of the craft room up here into, like, an office, and I think that would help to have, like, a little corner environment where it's like, okay, this is work time. I don't think that'll be a problem. Yeah, the isolation and the not actually getting to see people would probably be the bigger issue. But yeah, after working in retail for as long as she has, she's also definitely ready for a change. So she's like, I want to give it a try. You know, I want to do something that's very different. Because she's really done with retail, and I don't blame her. I was in the same place. Found having a separate place than the play and the sleep space to work was best. Yeah, that's definitely a necessity. So if she does end up getting a work from home job, we'll end up, because I've got a desk up here. So we'll just end up transforming that desk into a little bit more of a professional. This is the workplace. She's interested in the lucrative hell that is tech. Yeah, the issue is that she doesn't have a lot of the education requirements that she would need for that kind of a job. Randus's job just got so much smoother when you can just walk over and poke somebody. Yeah, I'm in the same place. Like, my job is full-time on site, partially because I have to be on hand to troubleshoot our machines. But also because, yeah, it's so much easier when something happens just to go and poke a person. Education not as important as you would expect? Oh, interesting. The other big thing about this job that Em was telling us about is that it's a government job, but it doesn't require French. So many jobs, especially in Ottawa, require you to be bilingual in French, which neither Kara nor I are. Just say yes to everything until you talk to a human. Yup, pretty much. And that's also where nepotism comes in, where you can slide your resume to somebody that you know and they can make sure it gets through the algorithms. But unfortunately, not everybody has access to that kind of thing. Especially in tech where requirements are written by non-technical people. Yeah. And then you've got the other side of that where, so one of the manager positions at my job just came vacant. So my boss has been going through applications and stuff to hire somebody new in. And she was complaining. She's like, you could tell that half these people don't have the education requirements and just said yes to get through the algorithm. So she's been flooded by like 85 resumes, only, 30 of which are actually qualified and relevant. And this position does actually need the education requirement. And so she's having to actually like do a lot of sorting because so many people have just checked yes to all the boxes, whether they had the qualifications or not. So when you think about it, what is the algorithm even doing? Because so many people now know, okay, there's going to be an algorithm, let me just ignore it. And the human person behind it ends up having to sort through all the resumes anyway. Not that I have a solution to that. I'm just pointing out that at least for in this instance, the algorithm was causing more problems than it solved. Definitely a part of me that's like, oh no, they're having to do the work, right? Exactly. Was it really that great though, Kitsune? Was it? Starts a petition to re-release the algorithm. Oh boy. Algorithm the Schneider cut. Release the algorithm! Oh god, no! The algorithm's got the children! Oh, the humanity! Oh, right. I've only vaguely been paying attention to that. When your hook gets stuck on some indeterminate amount of fiber. You appear to be blocked on most of your recreational programming? What? Oh, blocked as in you don't know what to do next. I thought you meant like blocked as in like social media style blocking, and I was like, what? No, you mean like writer's block kind of thing. That makes more sense. So I want to and treble crochet. Ah, blocked in that you are waiting for other things or people. That makes sense. Blocked as in need to complete other things before fun things can commence. Yeah, that makes sense. My brain just had a moment of like, wait, how? Alright, flip this around again. Come on, in there. Here we go. Talk about getting code blocked. Something like that. Blocking on Baldur's Gate 3 and Victoria 3 by lack of RAM? Oh no! Well, see, okay, Kite, first you gotta go find a sheep. And then I think you might be able to lure in a ram. I'm not exactly sure how that works. But if you do find a sheep, send me the wool. You can download more of that, right? Oh god. Even I know that's not right. Ooh, Ewu's outside. Yep. Ewu's outside? I mean, yeah, probably some of that too. Would the police be less of a problem if they were Ewuified? I wasn't going to do that, Randus. I was suggesting that Kite do that. So I am curious, and after a couple weeks of empirical observation, y'all will have to let me know. I'm wondering if frame rate and frame drops on the PS4 streams will be better than my crafting streams, or worse, or about the same. Because that'll help me determine whether it's like an internet network problem, or if it really is just my poor laptop is too wee for the things I am asking it to do. Maybe I'll boot up Stardew Valley for the afternoon once I'm done stream. Or Dwarf Fortress, one or the other. I think I've got my main fortress at a place of stability where it basically runs itself while I either sit and contentedly watch it run itself while crocheting, like a very fancy screensaver, or I can just consistently mine things and cackle like a gremlin over endless amounts of gems. I'm curious. Am I the only one that I'll get my fortress nice and stable and then like set my camera to follow one dwarf and just kind of watch them live their life? It's like a weird spectator screensaver. Like, I'll literally be just sitting here crocheting and watching my dwarf do their thing. And then I'll notice that something's off and intervene or update a work order or whatever. And then just sit back and watch it spin. It's weirdly satisfying. Part of why I've never streamed Dwarf Fortress, and I probably won't. A, because I think my computer would just explode. Although it actually runs Dwarf Fortress quite nicely, but I do have population capped very low. But also because I feel like the way that I play Dwarf Fortress is very boring for other people to watch. Because I play it like an economic sim, where I just sit there and watch it spool until a trader arrives. And then I dump my 30,000 gold worth of bone scepters and gemstone crowns, and then return to watching it spool. I am not one of those players that builds the fancy mega fortresses with all the traps and things. I am the one methodically mining every single Z layer in a grid pattern so that I do not miss any gems whatsoever. And when that layer is fully mined out in a satisfying grid, I go down a layer and repeat. Because I am a gemstone gremlin, and that is how I roll. Have I picked up DF Hack? I don't think so, actually. I am playing with a few mods, but I don't think that's one of them. I know Jade's talked about it. SJ wants her shinies. Exactly. Actually, I found a mod that breaks the economy in the most awesome way. So one of the things that I engage with the most to acquire my shinies is that you can craft like trade goods, essentially. Your dwarfs will take a rock or a piece of wood or a piece of bone or whatever you tell them to, and carve it into a ring or an amulet or a crown, and then store it, or, you know, encrust it with further gemstones or whatever, with the mind to trade it. You can also, so when you find raw gemstones, you can either carve them into smaller, like cut gems, which can then be either sold as is or encrusted onto items to make them more valuable. Or sometimes in very rare instances you can like carve them into large gems, which are not, like, you can't do anything further with large gems. You can't encrust them onto things. They are a trade good in and of themselves, which is fine. But I found a mod that will let you then take the large gemstone and carve that into a crafting item. So you could take your large ruby and carve it into a ruby crown or a ruby ring, instead of encrusting it onto, you know, instead of having like a marble ring with rubies encrusted on it. However, and this is a fantastic mod, I grabbed it immediately. I'm like, oh god, yes, this is exactly what I want. I want to be able to make gemstone trade goods, like using the gemstones themselves as the raw materials. However, I discovered the mod also counts large gemstones as a crafting item, like as a trade good. So I could take one large ruby, hand it to a sufficiently skilled crafts dwarf. They will take this single large ruby and process it into a ruby ring and 2 more large rubies. And then they will take each of those large rubies and process it into a ruby crown and another large ruby. And because the game doesn't track like a size for the large gems other than large, I get infinite large gems. And occasionally multiplying large gems, because they'll take one large gem and carve it into 2 large gems, which are both counted as being the same size. It's fascinating. I love it. I've broken the game. which is, you know, what you should be doing with Dwarf Fortress. Each of us finds our own wonderful way to break the game. It's fine. Yeah, exactly. The craftsperson is just that skilled. I imported one large sunstone from a trader. I now have literally 100 large sunstones sitting in a crate, waiting to be further multiplied. I love it. Oh, DF Hack is less a mod and more of just a tool. Interesting. Oh, hello, welcome. So this is going to be, it's almost done. It's a vest. So you can see I've got an armhole here. My wife saw this yarn and really, really liked the colors. So I'm crocheting it into like a spring, a nice spring lightweight vest for her. I'm almost done with it. Actually, what am I sitting at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to get up to 12 to make it the same width as the other side. Yeah, so I'm hoping I may not quite get it done on stream, but I should have it done today. Yeah, so we're just crocheting and chilling, talking Dwarf Fortress at the moment, because I was wondering what I'm gonna play this afternoon after stream, and Dwarf Fortress came up. But yeah, welcome. Thirsty Kite? Kite is always Kite. And you are pretty thirsty. It's what we love about you. Yeah. You are the kittiest Kite that is here, currently. As far as I know. Other kites are available. Please consult your prescribing vet. Hahaha. Excellent. Oh, and cookies for Carby. Excellent. Good choice. There should be a coffee option. Should contact the developers. Add a coffee. Although, I'm not sure we want to give Carby caffeine. I feel like that could be a problem waiting to happen. Oh no, that is a face where I think Merlin wants to cause problems. Oh gosh. Merlin, no. Today's Kite of the day is Naughty Kite. Ooh. But Thirsty Kite is right here. Thinking of Dwarf Fortress, one of these days I'm gonna have to learn how the world gen works. Ooh. To what end? Just so you know, Or do you have plans to exploit it? Oh, thank you! Yeah, I really need to do more of them. They're really, the resin charms are really fun to do. They just take up a lot of space. Yeah, my problem is I do a lot of crafts and I don't have a lot of room. Like I have a crafting table, but I have to kind of convert it back and forth. Right now it's in sewing mode. So if I wanted to do resin, I would have to like clear it off and reset it, which is annoying. But yeah, I'll do another batch of resin charms pretty soon here, probably. I tend to try to switch back and forth fairly frequently. Usually Sunday mornings I'm doing hand sewing. Like you can see the hexagon pieces that are on my Instagram are usually what I'm working on Sundays. But I'm so close to finishing this crochet piece. I decided I would work on that this morning. Don't like a stream of forgotten beasts, but I like the idea of lots of warring factions. Also more of a whole world vibe, so having ice caps and deserts. So you want to know how the world gen works, so you can like gently manipulate it. 1, 2, 3, yeah, that's 5. Nifty. Well, let me know if you figure it out. I mean, like I've looked at, if you look in this, like the advanced settings for world gen, there's all kinds of like, you can set the number of forgotten beasts and stuff. Makers and Craft channel binge and all. Yeah, right? Oh yeah, resin is so messy. It's, yeah. There's ways to like make it slightly less messy. The bigger problem that I have is, so I've got like a dedicated crafting room. So with resin specifically, you want a lot of ventilation because of the fumes that it gives off as it cures, which my little resin charms they're not too bad, but after I do a pour, I can't be in the room for a couple hours afterwards because I shouldn't be sitting in here with the fumes. So I kind of have to time my resin pours for either in the evening or like days when I'm not planning to be in here sewing anyway. So it gets a little bit complicated, but... Ooh, a lovely and talented wife. Those are excellent. What kind of crafting does she do? As you can tell, I'm a little bit of everything. I've never met a craft I don't like. I've crocheted and quilted for years and years and years and years. It's only recently that I've gotten into the resin as much. But yeah, I've done fabric and fiber for ages. There's so many numbers and the region generation is complicated. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Everything is, yeah, exactly. Yalk is our very own omni crafter. He does even more crafts than I do. But then again, Yalk also has much more space to set up. Yalk has a garage and a basement. I have neither. Mini polyclay sculpture. Ooh! Jar art and mini snow globes. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I love miniature crafting. They're so pretty. Like little dioramas and things. That's the one, yeah, that's one thing I've not gotten into as much is like clay crafting or any of that, but it's so much fun to watch. 4, 5. But yeah, what you were saying about crafting being therapeutic, absolutely. Either doing my own or watching other people do theirs. Like, I have a blanket that I'm working on that I specifically call my pandemic blanket because I started it during lockdown. And that's how I was, like, controlling my anxiety, was just sitting there and obsessively crocheting. Because I find the repetitive motions to be calming. So impressed by how surgical. Oh yeah, for sure, with miniatures. That's probably why I've never gotten into it as much, because I don't, like, my hands aren't quite steady enough. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, go right ahead. Actually, yes, please, by all means. What is her Twitch handle? And I do appreciate you asking first, but yeah, by all means, I'm always looking for fun crafters to watch. Nope, stay in there. 3. Queen V Crafty. Ooh, excellent. I like that name. What is my command? There we go. Oh, interesting. Is it Crafty with a K? I'm just double checking because it's, there we go. I think I misspelled it there. Yelk has disposable space. Oh, of course. I mostly do streaming so that I can actually concentrate and focus and work, because I'm very distractible. So I'm not exactly like looking to grow viewership or hard focus on any of that. But I absolutely understand how tough it can be to be a small streamer. So if I can shout out other crafting streamers, absolutely. Yelk has disposable space. It's like disposable income, but more roomy. Yelk needs disposable time. Oh gosh, yeah. That's a mood. Can you even imagine? Disposable time would be so nice. Oh, thank you for the follow. That's much appreciated. More time would be nice, yeah. I remember as a kid, my thought of the afterlife was always like a big, open, airy, sunshiny library where time didn't exist, so you just had all the time in the world to read all of the books in the world. And I still feel like that would be my definition of heaven. Just an endless amount of time. And the ability to do anything you wanted with it. Spend most of your life commuting? Ooh, yeah. I mean, at least I have a weird relationship with commuting, because like right now my commute is 5 minutes because I walk to work. Because I'm super lucky and live a block from where I work. But like back when I did have like a 45-minute bus commute, I kind of looked forward to it sometimes, because that would be podcast time. And without the commute, I find I am getting way behind on all of my podcasts, because I just don't have the same amount of time. Because like when you're commuting, you've got nothing else to do, right? So you might as well listen to podcasts. But yeah, it's definitely a very annoying time sink. Like switching to this new job and suddenly finding I had 2 hours back out of my day. was very strange and took some adjusting. Apologies for the occasional under my breath counting as I make sure I've got all my stitches in. Would I say that crochet is my favorite genre of craft? That's a very good question, actually. Maybe. Because I do my different, I think part of the reason I have so many is I do my different crafts for different reasons. Crochet is the first craft I ever learned. Like, I learned to crochet when I was like 10 or 11 because my best friend's grandmother taught us how. And it's always been my comfort craft. So like when I'm feeling anxious or I want to do something that I don't have to think too hard about, that's when I usually pick up my crochet. So it's very, like, not quite nostalgic, but it's like I've always crocheted as far as I'm concerned, and I always will. It's just, that's my go-to. But as far as my favorite, I would probably say that's quilting, just because I love all of the different variety you can get, especially with like hand piecing and hand done patchwork, like what I usually do, because you can take the same basic hexagons and depending on the fabric or the direction of the fabric or the section of the fabric, you can get totally different visual effects. And it's just the possibilities are completely endless with quilting. So I think that's probably why it's my favorite, because there's just so much more possibility and variety. So it's really hard to say between crochet and quilting, because I do them for different reasons and at different times, and I get different things out of them. But yeah, those are the top two for sure. Resin crafting I like because it's more of a challenge. It's more of a science. It's more of, okay, you have to do things exactly this way to make sure that it works. But then you can be creative in the color and like with the shaker charms, how they're decorated and designed and stuff. But it's a lot more methodical for the resin work. And it's a lot more time sensitive. Like, I could take forever to crochet this if I wanted, but once I mix up a batch of resin, I'm on a clock. I have to do it within a certain period of time or the resin's gonna harden and it's not gonna work. So again, different methodology, different reasons for doing it. But still a lot of fun. Different kinds of fun, I guess. Which is why I keep picking up new crafts, because they all bring different kinds of satisfaction to doing them. But yeah, very good question. I don't know that I'd actually ever thought about it in that way before. Yalk, do you have a favorite? And are your thoughts on omnicrafting kind of like mine, where it's you get different things out of different crafts and that's why you do them all? Because I feel like that would be a pretty universal feeling among people that do multiple crafts. But maybe I'm wrong. If I do heresies with tree sap, is that resin? I think only if you don't ask for forgiveness afterwards, Kitsune. Again, that one doesn't quite work in my dialect because I tend to pronounce resin with a Z sound, but that's just, that would be just my version of English. Resin doesn't sound quite right, but it does work in print, so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, getting close. I have to actually start paying attention and make sure I don't. I mean, at least the nice thing with crochet is that if I overshoot and do a row too many, I can just frog it and pull it all out, which is a little bit easier than trying to undo stitches in quilting. 3, 4. Yalk's favorite is woodwork, very wide possibilities with the same basic tools. Yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel that's how I feel about sewing. And a lot of potential is stuff that might otherwise get left to rot or get burnt. Oh yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. The satisfaction of repurposing something that might otherwise be thrown away into something that can be useful or beautiful. It's very true. Oh, Dwarf Fortress update from Kite. I have sort of got the hang of this, but it is spawning volcanoes in very random places. Like in flatlands on the edge of the sea. It's fine. It's just a very ambitious island. That seems perfectly normal. Actually, Yelk, yeah, now that I think about it, I have a scrap bin full of tiny little shreds of fabric that I don't want to get rid of because they might still be useful. So yeah, I totally get that sentiment. Oh, I mean, in hell, the insane scrap blanket I've been working on has 1-inch pieces so that I can use the tiniest scraps possible. To get back to working on that one soon, but I need to finish the hexagon one first. Since the hexagon one is allegedly a wedding gift. Ever seen an old chair or something sitting at the road for trash or in a garage sale or flea market for cheap? Imagine another wooden object that could fit inside the wood currently there. You can recarve it into that. Old chair legs? Nah, reclaimed wood tool handles. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I totally get that. So what you're saying is I should bring you all of our old furniture when I come down. Although I don't think we have anything that is that close to being thrown away. One day, Yalk, you're just gonna get a chair in the mail with a note that just says do something. 4, 5, go. Flip it around. Come on. Be good. There we go. I know at the last place I worked, I always felt bad whenever we threw out the wooden pallets because they were too broken to be used as pallets anymore. And I'm sitting here going, but the wood, but that could be a garden trellis or with the wood. But unfortunately I had no way, like my boss probably would have let me take them if I had asked, but I never, like I didn't have a way to get them home, and I don't really have space for them. Which is unfortunate. Send Yalka chair, we'll get back a rolling pin, a selection of hairpins, and a tiny rice bowl. Excellent. Perfect. She would probably be ecstatic about the rolling pin. Although the one that we have is nice and solid still. Ooh, speaking of rolling pins, I should ask Kara if she wants to do taco buns this week. Taco buns. Pallets are interesting. Domestic pallets are cheap pine, but internationally shipped pallets are nice hardwood because they need to be durable for the long trip. That makes sense. Pretty sure most of the ones that we had were pine. Yeah, they were pretty flimsy. Thus why they were constantly breaking down. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Am I just going to have a selection of scrapwood spindles to go with my spinning wheel? To clarify, I am not opposed to that. That is in fact the best possible outcome. Back to pink. Maybe still working on getting the Jacob's chuck working right on your lathe for center point boring. Ah, fair. Oh yeah, I guess there would be a lot of calibration involved in a lathe, wouldn't there? I hadn't even thought about that. A lot of calibration and itty bitty tiny millimeter adjustments. So I will be taking a brief break at noon as usual. Go eat a yogurt, get myself new coffee, all the good stuff. And so that you guys can get up and walk around and stretch as well. Oh heck, my computer says it's 1 degree outside. We get a whole degree. Maybe I can coerce Kara into running out to the store for some juice or something when she gets off work. Because, it's been snowing hard the last few days, so we've been putting off our grocery run. I don't think we ever got any of the thunder snow that you did, Yauk, or at least not that I noticed. But it sure was snowing pretty hard for most of yesterday. But it is bright and sunny and clear out today, which is nice. Was that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. And 1 whole degree, apparently. We get 1 degree as a treat. Mostly it's because when you're talking about something like a bobbin, that central hole needs to be the right size for the shaft of the flyer to fit through so that it doesn't wobble but still fits over. Oh, that makes sense. And to get that precision, your boring bit has to go in perfectly parallel. Otherwise, the arc will cause the shaft hole to be variable in width. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if you could get around that by... And again, I don't know a ton about how spinning wheels work mechanically. Like, I do, but I don't know the details of manufacturing. Would it potentially be possible to put like a round of felt or something over the flyer, so that the flyer itself has a little bit of grip to it, so that when you fit the bobbin in, if the bobbin hole isn't exact, the felt helps hold it? Or would that be too much drag in trying to put the bobbin on and off? That'd probably cause way too much friction. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh, right, because the fly isn't actually spinning, it's the bobbin spinning around it. Okay, yes, that makes sense. For some reason, I was thinking that the fly shaft would also be spinning at the same rate, and it would not be. You are correct. I was just thinking about holding it on, not that it would have to spin separately. You're right. Hey, Kuma. Yes, coffee is a good plan. Coffee is always a good morning plan. 2 and then treble crochet 2. Yep, come on. Good yarn. What are you? There we go. I think I also need to wash my hook while I'm on break. Because this is an aluminum hook. And the weird thing that I find sometimes with the aluminum ones is that as I'm handling it, if my hands get a little sweaty, the hook will get sticky. Like the skin oils will build up on it and make it like weirdly grippy. It just means I need to like wash it off. Yeah, it's interesting. It's not fantastic. Actually, is this one aluminum or is this one plastic? Can't actually tell. 1 second. I know this one's aluminum. Actually, this one might be plastic, and that might be why. In any case. Come on. Here you go. There we go. Yeah, skin oils. Weirdly a thing you have to think about while crafting. That most people don't realize you have to think about while crafting. Kind of just casually waiting on the burb. I really need to get up and reset that cloth. Poor thing is drifting more and more. I mean, granted, it's an analog clock that's 20 years old. I'm not surprised it loses time. But it's off by like almost 5 minutes now. I need to get up there, and the problem is it's hanging like up near the ceiling above my desk, so it's kind of a pain to get up there and grab it. So I just keep not doing it. Technically, it's off by an hour and 5 minutes because I never reset it for daylight savings time. And at this point, I might as well not, because we'll be changing back soon enough. Should get cleaned up and get out to the garage. But flops. I mean, yeah, that's a mood. There it is. And Kuma with the board game arena. Excellent. There. For whenever you next take a break. Yep, so we'll do... You okay, OBS? You good, OBS? You good? Alright, I think we're good. Yeah, so we'll do the thing that I usually do where I'm going to go ahead and take my break, wash my crochet hook, among other things. And then when I come back in a few minutes, we'll jump right into board games. So I will see you guys in a bit. Get up, walk around, stretch, grab yourselves new drinks, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Sayal. Enjoy your garage times. You wanna... There we go. I was gonna say, you wanna have the proper screen there? You good, BGA? Okay. Yes. Okay. I think I'm back. I should be back. So, cats aren't supposed to like citrus, right? Sasha does? Because, like, they... Like, whenever your cat is, like, getting into something they shouldn't, or bothering something they shouldn't, the advice is always like, oh, well, rub lemon juice on it, or, like, put lemon juice on it, because cats don't like citrus, right? Sasha does. Like, she likes lemon, and she likes lime. Like, when I was on break just now, I had some key lime yogurt, and maybe it's just because it was yogurt and it's dairy, but Sasha loves it. Okay, 2 cards to my opponent's crib. Oof. Oof. Okay, so that's 15. I want to keep that. Make that cat a cocktail, right? Because I love key lime yogurt. It's one of my favorites. So anytime I have it, she comes over and begs for it until I dip out a bit on my finger and let her have it. Okay. Seasons. I can re-roll this remaining die. But at the moment, so the dot at the bottom indicates it'll only move the counter forward by 1 space, which I think is what I want at the moment, so I'm not going to re-roll it. Okay, next. So yeah, for anyone who might be new, this is Board Game Arena. It is an online board and card game platform that a bunch of us tend to play games on. Ooh, I think I actually can trump that. Sorry, not sorry, Kuma. Play. Bahahaha. Next. Okay, hand and foot. Oh, yay, wild cards. I don't think we have a... Oh, we do have a wild meld. Excellent. So those go there. The ace goes there. Oh, can you trump that again? Jeez. Jacks and kings I don't have, 6 I don't have, so let's discard that. Alright, next. Just waiting on the wilds as usual. Azul. To place them. Let's put that one there. And we'll put that one there. Confirm. Castles of Burgundy. Let's see here. What have I got? I have a 1 and I have a 2. And I have no tiles sitting in my storage. So what can a 1 and a 2 get me? It can get me another boat. I don't have access to another boat space right off, though. It would be nice if it could get me an aminal. I can buy an aminal. Okay. So I guess let's put that into workers and then use that to sell a good. And then I can buy, yes, let's go with pigs. Confirm. All right, next. Tranquility, which is going to be blurry because it's a co-op game. Confirm. Ace 3, 3, 3, 6, Jack. Yay for easy rounds of what do I cut in cribbage? Yeah, it's not bad. Hand to end foot. Oh, good, a red 3. And a wild. Excellent. Excellent. So that wild goes there. And I guess we discard this 9. Alright, next. Can you tell I like playing cribbage? Yes or yes? Okay. I guess we'll just play that. Next. Ah, yes, my 2-person king domino. What have I got? Nothing useful. Okay. I guess we'll put that on that side. And then put that on that side. And let's do that. Hanafuda. And the only useful thing is that. Or should I say the only potential match is that? Alright, that was easy. More cribbage. The other cribbage game. Next. And the other Castles of Burgundy game. This is the one that just started. I have a 6 and I have a 1. So 6, I could grab a castle or a boat or a sheep. A 1 is bonus points or some cows. Don't have any animal spaces immediately available, but I should grab boats. So I will grab that boat and then immediately play that boat. Yeah, let's play it here. It's unfortunate because there's no goods for me to grab, but I think I need the availability of these spaces more than I need the actual goods at the moment. So we'll confirm that. Alright, so this is the expansion version of Azul. Gotta decide where to put these. Let's put that there, that there, that there, and then that there. Nicely done. Yes, good points. Redistribute the tiles. And Kitsune gets to go first. Alright, next. How do you get different patterns for the tiles? That's the expansion pack. So they just released the Azul expansion onto Board Game Arena, and that's what those tiles are. There's extra rules about how they're placed. Not like on the, I'll show you the next time we get around to them. But there's extra rules about how they're distributed that makes it just a little bit more interesting. And also they're prettier. Okay, wizard. Good, I was hoping to win that trick and I did. Let's go ahead and play that. Spades! Alright, let's play that. Next. Okay. Ooh, that's the negative 5-point card. Do not want. So let's just get rid of that. All right, next. Ah, Dragon Castle. This one's fun, and Kara seems to be enjoying it too, which is nice. I need black tiles, I guess. It would be nice if there was a match, but there is not. I will place that there. Oh yeah, this has been an interesting game of Codex so far. What do I have to play with? Let's... 2 butterflies and a leaf. I should have that. I definitely have that. So let's play that one here. And then let's draw this one next. Oh, no mercy. Right. No, let's spend a chip. Don't want that. Okay, yeah, so each of these, you'll notice the dishes that they distribute the tiles into have different symbols on them. So each of them will do different things. Like the ones here, if there were, so like this one, if there were blue tiles distributed to either of the neighboring dishes, it'll yoink them, it'll like magnetize them into the one with the matching symbol. It's got the list here that it'll tell you what they each do. Like the +1 gets an extra tile on it. The 0 tile will actually go down here and negate one of these negatives, which is actually really good. So I think I'm going to yoink that, but which tile do I want out of that? I think the reds, purples. Yeah, so you can see it moved, the 0 moved down here, so that means when I take the first tile, it won't negatively impact my score. Alright, next. Yeah, I do too. I like the extra, just the little bit of extra strategy it adds without actually changing any of the... Oh yeah, that is the one downside with Teach You, and I think even if I like refresh, sometimes it still doesn't. Yeah, it sometimes won't display the cards properly. You have to look over. So like Kite plays a bomb of 4 7s. It says it in the log, but doesn't actually show up. Somebody played a 10. I must discard a card without effect. Boo! I mean, yeah, sure. Let's get rid of the 9. Cactus Zone. I am red. Right, I have this monastery. I should be able to, yep, there we go. Play that there. Let's do that road. Hooray! Alright, so this is regular Azul. Last round. Ooh, I need 2 more. Need 2 more yellow tiles. So let's take that one. Okay, 17, huh? Let's just hit that and that. Okay. So let's turn that like that. Yes, sure. We'll go with that. I mean, both of these are helpful. Do that. Okay. Let us maple leaf. Okay, not bad. Okay, 2 cards to opponent's crib. I mean, I guess this, hoping for a decent flop. Boo, not ideal. That's fine. We'll go with that. Glad I kept the 9 though. Yeah, I love the Azul expansion mechanically. It adds just a little bit of extra strategy. So like you can see here, this dish has the ripple chocolate on it. So it dragged extra ripple chocolates into it, which is kind of neat. It's like magnetic. I only need 2. Or 3. Or... I mean, yes, I could do 2 blue. Let's go ahead and take that, though, for now. Confirm. The graphics, on the other hand, make your brain ache. I mean, yeah, some of them are a bit bright. I have a 1. Alright, draw cards. Sure. So 2 10s. As usual, I need more wild cards. I guess I'll discard a 4. Okay. This is the one that just started. I have a 4 and I have a 1. Can I get a mine or a... I don't know, what do they call the yellow tiles? An achievement? A bonus? Okay, there is a mine there. A mine can be bought. So, let's put that there, sell those. Gives me a second coin to buy the mine. And then I should be able to play it with the 4. Excellent. Is this a good strategy? I don't know. Next. Yes, I cannot. This is why I never declare teach you, because there's always hubris. Let's play that. Alright, I only have the 1 to play. It's fine. Right, so let's turn this, that there. And dang it, Kate took the other tile I wanted. Oh well. Just means I get first pick of this round. Okay. Okay. So let's put this one here. And yes, I'll take that. This one can go here. And I'll take that. Yay, Rain Man. Take it. I don't think I have anything that goes with it at the moment. Okay, well, I have another bright. That's fine. Is Kate taking the board? Yeah, Kate took the board. That's fine. And Tranquility is blurry. I mean, I could play that one on my phone real quick, which I might do here in a second. Yes, so 1 second. Let me just very quickly pull that up on my mobile. Just to say I actually have played through all of the games. Because we're getting real close. Ooh. Oh, okay, yeah. Actually, yes, I can play that one there. And then discard those. Alright, that's it. That's all I got. Kitsune, Kate, it's up to you. Alright, and that... No, I still have one. Alright. Back in we go. A 15. Boo. Let's play the jack. And that should be it. Yep, there we go. Actually officially caught up. Let me move my laptop back to where it goes instead of on my lap. Table's complete for now. Table's complete until probably in a while from now when somebody pushes the button again. Oh, get that cord out from underneath. There we go. Sorry, please stand by. Aha! Merlin has redeemed a stretch and a hydrate. Everybody else should also stretch and hydrate. Especially you, Merlin, considering you just finished your homework. Congrats! Ooh, good stretch. And I have a coffee to hydrate. Thank you, friends. Board games are fun. Let me just actually tilt my... There we go. Hello? Do you want to focus on me? You good, camera? There we go. And I grabbed an alcohol wipe and didn't actually clean my crochet thoughts, so let's do that real fast. Here we go. I mean to do that while I was board gaming because it'll take it a second to dry, but that's okay. There we go. Let's rub it off on the fleece here. There we go, much better. Look, sometimes your crochet hooks just get sticky, alright? Nope! I've got 2 of them, Kite. We're good on that front. I have finished cards. I just don't have any other cards. So we are good, I hope. If you guys can fill out the number spaces, I can play the finish. Hey! Awesome. Let me just not show you my unlock code, but yes, disconnected from game server. Ta-da! Yay! That's very satisfying. Excellent. Thank you, friends. It's always really satisfying when that works out properly. I should probably start putting like Sunday morning chillin' board games in the actual title, but it's fine. Am I playing 18 cribbage games at once? Yes, and that's my happy place. Thank you. let's see, I think I counted this was 8, didn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So we are getting really close to being done. For anyone wondering, this is called the honeycomb lace stitch, because when you stretch it out, I guess it does kind of look a bit honeycomb-like. Looks more circular to me, but to each their own. So 1, 2. Mlem. Oh no. Be careful, your face might get stuck like that. I've heard the blems can be dangerous. Okay, here's a question. I might have asked this before, but I think you are the resident expert, Kitsune. What is the difference between a blep and a mlem? Because they've always seemed to have very similar energies. Nap time? Oh man, Sunday naps are good. By all means. Congrats on getting your homework done. I hope you enjoy your nap. I think you deferred to Kite on this energy. Mlem has more lick to it. Blep is just tongue out, brain empty. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of how I was picturing it as well. Mlem is like the actual nose licking. Blep is just, yeah, tongue out, no other thoughts. Excellent. I'm glad that has been established. Sasha was in here very briefly while I was doing board games and then wandered away again. So she's probably gone to nap in a sunbeam. That's where she was when I went on break. But then she got up to come beg for yogurt, and then I guess followed me back upstairs. And now she is gone again. turn. Okay, I don't understand this computer. And maybe it's just because I'm not understanding what OBS is telling me properly. But like, you know, when OBS is running, it's got the little stats down along the bottom telling you like what your stream quality is roughly. And I'll be sitting at like 25, 26, 28, 30% CPU, which yes, I know that's not great, but my poor little laptop. But what I don't understand is it'll be sitting at like 30% CPU and 30 frames per second. Like that's what I'm sitting at right now. But then every now and then it'll drop to like 12% CPU, which theoretically, like at least the way I read it, that should be better, right? Because it's using up less of the CPU. But then it'll also tank my frame rate. It'll drop to like 12% CPU and like 15 frames per second. Like, I don't understand the correlation there. I must be not understanding something about the CPU percentage properly. Because I would assume a lower number would be better, because that means the computer's running more efficiently and it's using less of the CPU, right? But clearly not. Cause effect is reversed, lower CPU usage because something is causing the frame rate to drop, so there's less processing to do. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. Yeah, okay, that does make sense then. So it's probably something else on my computer kicking up and demanding more of the CPU for itself, which is causing... Well, I don't know though. And it shouldn't be my internet causing frame drops, although it could very easily be my internet causing frame drops. But thank you, Kite, that does make sense. Twitch has been having issues all week? Okay. Yeah, that also makes sense. Streamer you watch regularly who usually doesn't drop frames almost had to stop streaming because it was so bad on Thursday? Oof. Okay, well, at least good to know it might not totally be my poor little laptop. It tries so hard. It does so well for all that I ask of it. Cool. There's a verb. There's my cursor. There's my cursor. Gosh, 1 p.m. already. I mean, time flies when you're having fun. And making progress. So yeah, it looks like we'll be able to at least finish all of the rows today. And well, yeah, I probably will finish the edging today as well, just not on stream. And I will try to remember to, when I have Kara try it on this evening, I'll try to remember to actually get pictures and actually put them up on my Instagram for once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 2 more. Because let me just double check. Pretty sure the other side is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Okay. Because the thing with Kara is she's a little bit of a furnace. Like, she loves the cardigan I made for her, but she actually finds it to be a little bit too warm. She overheats in it in all but the very coldest days. So that's why this one is, it's a looser stitch. It's a lace stitch, so it'll have more breathe to it. But then also it's a vest, so that hopefully she might get to wear it a little bit more often without dying of heat stroke. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And flip. That one there. Pretty. Hey, Julie, how are you? Thank you. This is actually going to be for Kara. It's not a blanket, it's a vest. There's little armholes in it. Cause yeah, she had the same reaction. She saw this yarn and went, "Oh, I love those colors." So I'm like, all right, I'll make you a vest. Hello, DJ Alba, welcome. Yeah, he stopped by earlier today and was checking it out. Awake TM? I mean, yeah, that's a Sunday mood. I'm doing alright. And I'm almost done with this, actually, which is why I was like, you know what? Usually on Sundays I'm doing patchwork, and sewing. But I'm so close to being done with this. I've only got, I think, 2 more rows to finish out the front panel, and then I'm going to do an edging around the entire thing. Big breakfast? Ooh. What counts as breakfast for Julie? Egg? Wait, I don't remember. Do you eat eggs? Yes, because you're a vegetarian. You're not vegan, right? Egg is good. Fried eggs, buttery toast, and veggie sausage. Ooh, that does sound yummy. Big. Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Randus. Big breakfast is counterproductive to actually waking up sometimes. Met him in your stream and was a little leery, then discovered he's a sweetheart. Oh, excellent. I love discovering people that like craft as much as I do. Because most of I mentioned it when he was around, but most of the reason I stream is just to actually make sure I get stuff done. Because I'm very distractible, but I find that if I'm streaming, I'm actually sitting here working on something for several hours at a time. So I actually make progress and actually get stuff done. Carbo load at wake up time helps the brain wake up. Yeah, that makes sense. If you can avoid the like full tummy now I'm sleepy response, which is usually what happens to me. To the streaming, not to the carbo load. I mean, yeah, that's fair. But yeah, a lot of my projects, like especially my sewing, because most of the time, oh, actually I have one in reach here. So usually I'm working on this, which is a hexagon quilt that I'm working on, and it's English paper piecing, which is a hand done technique. Like this is all done by hand. So as you might expect, it takes forever. So I find that just having the couple hours of streaming, even if it's only once or twice a week, it just helps me make progress and keep working on it instead of just having it sit there for weeks at a time without being touched. Because a little progress is at least better than no progress. Oh yeah, I love the hand sewing, especially the hexagons. Quilting makes your heart happy because your mom did it. Aww. I'm glad, and I hope you have some of her quilts and that you cherish them. Because yeah, even ones done by machine, so much work goes into them. Way more than I think people realize most of the time. But yeah, I love quilting. My great grandmother did quilting, and we had a few of her quilts in the house, and that's actually what got me interested in it originally. Because I remember when I was a kid, I always used to snuggle up with her quilts, and I wanted to know how they were done. Oh, you have 3 of them. Excellent. Yeah, quilts are amazing. Most of the ones that I've done have been for other people. I'm working on one that I'll be keeping for myself and my wife, but it will be a long time coming because it generally gets pushed to the back in favor of projects for other people, as always happens for crafters. But someday it'll be done. The hexagon one that I just showed over there is actually for my brother and sister-in-law, which is why I've kind of been hard focusing it lately, because I want to try to get it done and give it to them. Because it was supposed to be their wedding present, and that was a while ago now. A little bit of everything. Oh, excellent. I also feel that. I typically bounce between crochet and quilting, but I also have various other, like I don't, not usually on stream, but I also do resin work, just because that's really hard to set up a stream for. But yeah, I love trying out new crafts. Counting in the yes, because they got married in September of 2019. Um, let's just say I'm gonna be delivering the baby blanket for their first child before I actually deliver their wedding quilt. Although, in fairness, the wedding quilt will also be about 4 times the size and is completely hand sewn. So, like, they know it's coming, they've seen the pattern, and they're well aware that it will take a while. But I'm hoping. I don't know if I can commit to have it done in 2023, but I'm hoping to get at least a lot more progress made on it by the end of the year. Candy making, diamond art, Photoshop, crochet, knitting, cooking, dog grooming. Basically, if you feel like doing it, you do. That's awesome, though. That is absolutely awesome. Oh man, props to you for doing both crochet and knitting, though. Like, I learned to crochet when I was a kid, so I've crocheted for like 25 years at this point. And I wonder if it's because I learned when I was so young, but I can't seem to teach myself knitting. And I've tried. But I think because I'm so used to crochet, there's something about the two noodles. I mean, noodles would be difficult. Something about the two needles doing different things in both hands at the same time. I just can't wrap my brain around it. Whereas, like, crochet is automatic because I've been doing it for so long. Is it like learning French and Spanish at the same time? Well, maybe. I would say it's possibly even more difficult because, like, don't French and Spanish have at least some similarities where if you know one, you can kind of guess at the other? I mean, I guess knitting and crochet would be kind of similar, but yeah, it's like it's different hand motions, different ways to manipulate the yarn. I don't know. I can't seem to wrap my brain around knitting. Twin noodling, such advanced technique. Well, it reminds me of that. Is it a Far Side comic where there's an old lady and a young lady at the table, and the young lady is like, "Grandma, no," and the old lady is holding up her spaghetti with the knitting needles and is like, "Look, I made a scarf." That's your noodling. Pronunciations are different. Yeah, that makes sense. When you were in school doing both, your brain would flip around. I'm crocheting similar to how you would knit. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been able to wrap my brain around knitting. Seen that with chopsticks and ramen. Oh my gosh, amazing. So funny you should mention that though, Julie. So I speak Japanese, like I'm semi-fluent in Japanese. And it was so funny when I first moved to Canada because my brain would see the French words and go, "Oh, that's not English. That must be Japanese." And so I'd be like my tongue would automatically be trying to pronounce French words as if they were Japanese because that's what I was used to. My brain was defaulting to foreign language equals Japanese. I want to go into the treble crochet. Learned to crochet when you developed wrist problems because it hurt less. Oh yeah, I believe that. I can see how that would be true. Yeah, I can't believe you're learning that many all at once, Julie. That boggles my mind. All the props to you. I like languages. I'm just not sure I'd be able to actually learn to speak and process that many at the same time. Did French and Spanish as a kid, so they're not so bad. Yeah, fair. That's still a lot. Like, I remember I knew someone in university, and I feel like the younger that you learn languages, the better off you are, because then at least your brain is used to doing, like, literally, Randus, your brain is more used to processing stuff, whereas I didn't learn a foreign language as a kid. I didn't start learning a foreign language until I was an adult. And now that you're doing classical voice, Italian and German come up often enough that you want to learn them better. That's fair. That makes sense. I knew someone in university that was a Norwegian exchange student. So she grew up speaking Norwegian, English, and Swedish pretty much interchangeably because she had Swedish family. So as a kid, she grew up learning 3 languages, and because of that, like, I think her brain was just literally wired differently, because she could just pick up languages like that. So she was still fluent in English, Swedish, and Norwegian, and she was also learning Russian, Korean, Japanese, and French, and Spanish, I want to say. French, Spanish, Korean, and Russian, for sure. Like, I was completely in awe of her, and she could switch between them with, like, perfect pronunciation, and I think it's because her brain just learned to process languages when she was so young that it just became automatic and natural for her. Hey, Reverb, good morning. I'm sorry about the blah. I hope you're feeling better. Is the cold at least somewhat better? Also been exposed to enough Latin and Middle English that you can see the shared roots in all 4 of the languages. Yeah, that would also make sense. Because I know, like, for me, trying to learn Japanese, everything is completely different, which would make it harder. Although, okay, interestingly, here's a fun little language tidbit for you. So when I was in high school, I took a little bit of French, because it was, you know, you're required to take some sort of a language credit in high school. So I knew a little bit of French, like I knew at least the basics when I went into my Japanese classes in university. And I feel like it actually helped a lot because the way that Japanese grammar is structured is a lot closer to French grammar than it is to English grammar. So because I knew a little bit of French and how French worked, I was just, like, I was a little bit better at grasping the sentence structure and the grammar for Japanese than some of my classmates who had only ever spoken English, because it's very different than English. Cold is gone, but you still have all the grime left in your sinuses? Oh no. I hope that clears out soon. Ah! Merlin gifting 5 subs to Bladness, Reverb, Elrad, Small Bug, and Azurish Dragoon. Merlin! Thank you. Oh, and also DJ Albo, thank you for the follow. I just saw that. Sorry for the delay there. Language attempts were German and Latin, and I came away only being worse at English. I mean, my Japanese classmates and I used to joke that for every word of Japanese that we learned, it pushed a word of English out of our brain. Because there were literally times we'd be sitting around talking in English, and we'd be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go do, whatchamacallit, thing, and then we'd say it in Japanese instead, because we couldn't remember what the English was. Thank me for streaming. Aww. German sentence structure rules have been really throwing you off? Ooh, I bet. Grammar is hard enough in the one language. Yeah, that's fair too. Japanese does the same thing as French, where almost always the verb is the last word of the sentence, and then everything else builds off of that beforehand, which is kind of interesting. Oh yeah, gendered nouns. Come learn Japanese, Julie. There's no gender in Japanese. Like legitimately half the time you don't even add sentence subjects. Like, so there are subjects and pronouns for, like, you know, he, she, they, them. But half the time you don't even add them if you already know what you're talking about. So like at the very beginning of the sentence, you might say, he is going to the store. But then after that, you would just kind of assume that you're still talking about him and just cut it to like, going to buy rice, also will buy milk, will come home. Like, it sounds strange in English, but it sounds perfectly normal in Japanese to just cut off the subject if you already know what you're talking about. It's a 2-row repeat. So it's called the honeycomb lace stitch if you want to look it up. So the first row is this, well, so the foundation row was all double crochets, but the first row that you do is you would chain 5 and then 3 single crochet into the arch of your previous row, and then chain 5 and then 3 single crochet into the arch, and then chain 5. So you that's how you create the basic, I don't know what you want to call these, bubbles. I'm sorry, I should actually move this so it's in frame more. So you would go across the entire row like that. Then once you flip at the end, what I'm doing now is you're going back across, and I'm doing 5 single crochet into each arch, and then, is that 5? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, that's 5. And then 1 into the center of those 3 single crochet from the previous row, and then 5 into the arch. So that's just reinforcing it and sort of giving it the honeycomb structure. So then once I flip at the other end and I'm going back this way, then I'll be doing the chain stitches to create the initial arches again. So it's a 2-row repeat. Yes, honeycomb lace is what it's called. Actually, I have the pattern pulled up, or I should still. Where did that go? No, I think I closed the page I was using. But yeah, if you Google honeycomb lace crochet, you should be able to find it. It's not losing words for others, it's more, I now understand this in non-practical ways, which compels me to use this knowledge in non-practical ways. Which is probably why 60% of your brain is a swill of nerd lore and puns. I mean, fair. Yeah, I really like this stitch, it's fun. And you can kind of, once you're done, you can kind of stretch it and make it out so it's a bit rounder and more honeycomb-like. So, yeah, oh, would you like to focus, camera? Please? But yeah, it's really, really nice. It's got a nice weight to it, too. Like, for being a lace stitch, it's actually fairly weighty and solid because of all of the single crochets reinforcing it. Oh, that's a cat hair. Just crocheting a cat hair into it, it's fine. That's what I get for having a long hair. hair is past your tits, so you frequently knit your own hair into stuff. Yep, mine is too. Although I have the side shave, so it's at least only on the one side usually. I also usually tend to keep mine either clipped back or ponytailed back most of the time. Had to stop knitting and crochet, but still store the info in case you can start again. I hope you can at some point too. I don't know what I would do without crochet, honestly, just because it's such a stress relief thing for me. You do that too, it doesn't help. Oh yeah, the tumbleweeds are a constant. Like, thank goodness Kara has super short hair and that Jade's hair is relatively short, because mine is just everywhere. Most of our place is hardwood floors, which is lucky, but our stairs are carpeted, and you'll just get like drifts of fuzz in the corners that we have to kind of comb off the carpet. But your hair is also pretty curly, isn't it, Julie? Mine is too. I don't think mine's quite as curly as yours is, but mine is very wavy. So yeah, I understand. Does it come with its own Western sound effects? It should. It might as well. My fluff combined with the cat's fluff. Your mom likes to boing your ringlets? Oh, that's so sweet. I had a friend in university that had hair like that. You'd reach out and grab them and just go curly, straight, curly, straight, curly, straight. My hair's not quite ringleted. Actually, duh, I can just lean forward. So you can see I've got like, I'm curly and wavy, but I don't quite have ringlets. But yeah, mine's most of the way down my back. Wow. Yeah, I love my hair. I have fantastic hair, especially since I did this side shave. Because I also have a lot of hair. Like, when I had a full head of hair, I would braid it down my back, and my braid would be like that. Like, you could grab my braid, well, you still can. If I braid my hair, you can grab it and yank, and it doesn't even hurt because there's just so much of it. So a few years ago now, I took the plunge and got a side shave, and it literally changed my life because it took off a lot of the weight, and I've also got the undercut, so it took off like the hair at the back of my neck, like that, the sort of underlayer to it used to be super curly and would tangle immediately, which is part of why I kept my hair braided all the time. But as soon as I got the undercut done and it took that bottom layer off, like, my hair just became so much more manageable. It's so nice. But I mean, I'm really, really lucky that I have such a thick, full head of hair that I can do that and still have plenty of hair left over. A lady wrestler in a WWE thing that had butt-length hair in a thick braid that she used in combat. That's awesome. That sounds incredible. Wish you could braid to save your life. You've tried, you've practiced, you suck. Oh no. I had to learn because for the longest time, because I hate having short hair. I did have short hair briefly when I was in elementary school, and I hated it so much. And ever since then, I've never had hair above my shoulders. Like, I don't like how it looks. I don't like how it feels. I like having long hair. And so for the longest time, the only way to manage it was to keep it braided, and my mom can't braid either. So I kind of learned how to braid my own hair out of a sense of self-preservation. Okay, DJ Elbow, I hope you have a really good day. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah, so I kind of had to learn to braid my own hair, but it's funny because I braid it like up and over top of my own head. And because of that, like I've learned how to do it by feel. I can't actually braid other people's hair because I'm so used to the exact hand motions that I have to do to braid my own. Trying to translate that into basically the opposite to do it in front of me is actually really difficult. I have to like really stop and think about what I'm doing if I'm trying to braid somebody else's hair. But I can do mine no problem. Tangle is why you stopped having long hair? Yup. That's initially why I cut it short in elementary, because I was impatient and I didn't want to wait for my mom to detangle everything. So one day I was finally like, okay, I'm done. I want to cut it off. I don't want to have long hair. And my mom was like, okay, cool. And then as soon as it was gone, I hated it. So I grew it back out and I've had long hair ever since. But the undercut and the side shave, like, I'm not exaggerating that they changed my life, because it lets me still have the length on the rest of my hair that I want, while also keeping it to a manageable thickness and weight. It's amazing. I'm so happy my hairdresser suggested that. Just braid their hair while standing in front of them. Actually, that's not a bad idea. The next time somebody asks me to braid their hair for them, that's what I'm gonna do. Lesson learned the hard way? Yeah. Yup. I have a handful of pictures from back when I had short hair, and I'm just like, it doesn't look like me. It really doesn't. And again, I have not had hair above my shoulders since then, because I just don't like it. Tacos for Kirby. Excellent. Three. Yes, excellent. Okay, chain one. Recount my rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so this will be the last row. Well, the last 2 rows. So like the last down and back. The last typewriter row, if you will. Meanwhile, you change up your hair every so often. Yeah, yours is getting quite long, isn't it? I mean, and I still do play with color and stuff. Actually, I'm due to get it colored again. Soon-ish. But yeah, with the length, like, I know what I like and I know what I don't like, and although that said, now that I've got the side shave, I'll probably have the side shave forever, just because it would be such a pain to try to grow it back out. I would look like such a shaggy mess for the interim. Mid-back, don't think you're gonna let it get any longer. I mean, that's fair. To each their own. Like, I've never really been shy about experimenting with my hair, because I'm just like, it's hair, it'll grow back. But I just know I don't like it when it's too short. But I've had it various lengths between shoulders and butt. I've had it layered and not layered, and streaked and not streaked. Far too much to dry in the morning. I mean, that's fair. I'm one of those people, I don't blow dry mine at all, just because my hair tends to be kind of heat sensitive. So I just squeeze it off really, really well in a towel and brush it out really, really well, and then just let it air dry, even in winter. Plan to get it down to your butt and then get it dyed in a rainbow? Ooh, that would be so cool. Like horizontal rainbow all the way up your back, or like vertical rainbow stripes. Either way would be really cool. Horizontal would take forever though, I feel like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably horizontal. That would look so awesome. It would take forever, but it would look amazing. Yeah, I would like to get mine done. I would like to get some unnatural streaks in mine again soon. I love being blonde, but I'm getting a little bit bored of it. Figure out a means of anti-tangling. I mean, if it's mostly, like, if it's like mine, where it's mostly the very fine underlayer that's tangling, I would try an undercut. Like, if you have enough hair where the top layer can still have the length and the underlayer takes out the tangles, by all means. If not, I'm trying to think of how we used to do it. Because I feel like my mom tried every single detangling spray we could possibly get our hands on. Coconut oil can sometimes help and will double as a really, really nice conditioner. But that might not be as great if your hair tends to be a little bit on the oilier side anyway. Vertical would be good because then you could, ooh, that's true, you could braid it into like multicolored braids. Usually do purple hair, but sorely tempted to dye a very gay pink. Ooh, would also be good. More easily splitting ends. Ooh, yeah. I would say definitely. Well, yeah, conditioner, coconut oil. I'm really lucky in that I've never had too much trouble with split ends, so I don't really have any personal advice on that end, unfortunately. I would say, do you do like a conditioner in the shower that you put in and wash out, or do you do a leave-in conditioner after? If you don't, I would try doing a leave-in conditioner after your shower, and just make sure you spritz it really, really well on the ends. Like spritz the hell out of the ends, rub it in, make sure that they're coated, and then just leave it in. And that might help a bit. Especially if you can get one. I think shea butter is supposed to be really good for split ends. If you can find a leave-in that has that. Yeah, so usually conditioner that you find in bottles is meant to be, you apply it in the shower, leave it for a few minutes, and then wash it out. Leave-in conditioner will usually say, like, leave-in conditioner on the bottle, and it's usually in a spritz bottle. And that's what I usually use, and that's meant for after you're done showering, while your hair is still wet, you spritz the leave-in conditioner through your hair, comb it through, and then leave it. And you don't have to wash it out, it just naturally conditions your hair. Oh yeah, that's true, Julie. There's cream foams too, although I've never personally used those, so I don't have any personal recommendations as far as cream foams, but yes, those are also a thing. Yeah, I would definitely try a leave-in conditioner reverb, because they tend to be pretty good for split ends and things like that. And if you have a lot of hair breakage, usually a leave-in conditioner can help strengthen it. Marc Anthony Curl Cream leave-in. Ooh. I think the brand I use is called, I think it's Earth's Naturals is the leave-in that I use. But I use one that's specific for wavy hair. Yeah, read labels. There are a lot of products specifically for hair strengthening or specifically for types of hair. You can sometimes even find ones that are marketed specifically for long hair to help with split ends and breaking. But yeah, and what Julie was saying, trying to detangle in the shower while it's still sopping wet can help too. And also using the trick that I always did was get like a really wide tooth single comb. Like sometimes you'll even see them advertised as detangling combs rather than trying to use a brush or something like that. Because using like a comb with a single row of teeth puts less pressure on the hair, and it's less likely to cause breaking than something like a brush. There, that one. That reminds me, I need to add leave-in conditioner to our grocery list because I'm almost out of my bottle. Ooh, pig bristle. So depending on what your hair is like, that can make tangling worse sometimes. Because the thing with bristle brushes, especially like really close, like really tightly packed bristle brushes, is they're only going to reach the very top layer of your hair. So if all of the tangling is taking place underneath the top layer, like I always found bristle brushes made my hair worse because it's not actually getting all the way through the hair. It's just brushing the very top layer. If you have pretty thin hair, a bristle brush can be good. But again, if you have thicker hair, I would try like a wide tooth comb instead and see if you notice a difference. Bristle brush has helped the split ends. Yeah, so the thing with the bristle brush is it's not so much for detangling, it's for helping to spread the oils down your hair. Like I know Kara tends to use both. Like she'll use a wider tooth comb to detangle, and then she'll use a bristle brush after to like help spread the oils all the way down to the ends of her hair. But I've never had much luck with a bristle brush. I tend to find it introduces a lot of static to my hair. And my hair is very susceptible to static tangling anyway. So I don't tend to use a bristle brush because it just makes my hair poof and static a lot more. But if you don't have too much trouble with static, a bristle brush could be good. I would just use it probably in conjunction with other things. But again, I'm not a hair expert. This is just kind of from my personal knowledge. Dwarf Fortress update. Oh gods, you're making circles again? Oh no! Oh no, was this not the intended consequence? Hair hasn't been long in 10 years. I mean, sometimes Googling will help, depending on what you find. But yeah, the problem with trying to give hair care advice, I find, is like everybody's hair is different. Like even just between my hair and say Julie's hair, the amount of curl is different, the amount of wave is different. So the products and the brushes that work best for us are probably going to be different. So I find that a lot of websites and things just try to give blanket hair care advice that isn't necessarily going to work for everybody. So sometimes it really is a matter of either trying to find resources specific to your hair type or doing some experimenting. Yeah, it did help. It's a lot of you could try X. Yeah. I think it's more of a matter of recognizing that hair care is not one size fits all and that you might have to experiment a little bit to try to find what works best for you. And that's okay. It's very much like skincare. It's everybody's very different and you have to find what works best for your body and your type of hair and skin. Yeah, that's true. That's good advice, Julie. If you shop at a place with a dedicated beauty counter, somebody that's working there might be able to give you more targeted advice. That's very true. I forgot to grab my glasses while I was downstairs. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. I have recently started wearing glasses. They're not like, I don't need to have them all the time, but it's probably better to have them than not. They're more for blue light protection than anything else. But I have definitely noticed a difference since I started wearing them. There's a salon in the area and that's it. Ooh. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that, Reverb. Come visit one of us. We'll take you someplace to get you good advice. That's so stupid though too, because like there's so many, like I know tons of perfectly masculine cis men who just like to have long hair. Like that's so stupid to have that kind of bigotry or bias. Like long hair isn't necessarily masculine or feminine, it's just hair. Yeah. Like, I actually really like the look of, like, cis men with long hair. Like, the Thor look. Or, yeah, like Fabio. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Doesn't pass mustard. That's so stupid. You good, OBS? You okay, OBS? Oh, I have found another Sasha hair. She's contributing. Better skedaddle and do your own thing. I will raid you in approximately 10 minutes, Julie. I will see you then. Thank you for showing up and hanging out. And this should be the last row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, this is the last row. So we will finish this row and then call it. Like I said, I'm still planning to put like a border around the entire thing, but I will do that off stream while watching Julie. There we go. Ooh, working on bardic stuff for the story exchange. Excellent. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can write some stuff up for Bram based on his own travels. Oh no. You used highly bardic as a euphemism for necromantic or undead. Oh no! I mean, yeah, I could see that. Necromancy is just like the most extra. You good, OBS? Necromantic is just like the most extra, so I can see how that would translate into highly bardic. Yeah, no, we had, so last session, we had a couple days travel. So Randus was like, well, do you guys, like, want to do anything? Have any conversations during the travel? And Bram's background is that he was a traveling storyteller. Like, not a capital B, like, combat bard, but he was making his living as a storyteller and entertainer. So on the trip between the mine and the shrine, he and Reverb's bard Merrick were exchanging stories and such. Bards are the worst? Nah. Bards are awesome. Sasha! I can hear her out in the hallway crunching on her kibble. Baby, you wanna come say hi? It's been so long. Hi, come here. Come here. What? What? Nope, she is walking away. She does not want to jump up and see you. I am sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. She came when she was called. She came in and sat and stared at me, but she didn't want to actually jump up here. I mean, as soon as I'm done streaming and I turn the camera off, I guarantee that's when she'll want to come and jump up on my lap, but you know. Oh wow, we are up to 3 whole degrees outside. Hot damn. She would rather just sit there and hiss at me. I mean, she's done with the eardrops now. She has no reason to hiss at me. The course of the eardrops is finished. Now it's just the oral medications for a while, and she doesn't seem to mind those nearly as much. I went to give her her oral meds last night and gave them to her, and then she kind of hunkered down and stared at me, waiting for the eardrops, and I was like, no, that's it, that's all, no more eardrops, and kind of reached out to pet her, and she just very slowly started purring. She was like, alright. Can't have video evidence of her being affectionate, it would ruin her gremlin image. I mean, not like I take a million photographs of her every time she decides to fall asleep on my lap, but yes, point taken. Yeah, poor baby had eardrops for a week and she absolutely hated them. But they're done now. No more eardrops. 3, 4, 5, and last stitch. All right, we are done. Let me just triple check the count before I tie this off. And also burb. Okay, so if I flip this section over, should be the same size between the edge and the armhole, which they are. Yay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, excellent. That's it. Snip that. And the way that we tie it off is simple. We just draw that through and pull it tight. And then I'll leave this end in when I put the border on. Oops. So that's it. We are done. Oh no, a Jigglypuff has appeared. Well, 1 second. I don't know that I have any balls. Nope. Sorry, I'm contractually obligated to attempt to catch this. There we go. Okay. All right, so we will just hang out and let that run for a second, because it should only go for another minute. So if anyone's curious, the way that I'll be doing the border on this, so for these edges, it's super easy because I'll just be putting the stitches into the last row like you normally would. And then, so I'll come all the way along the edge. And then when I hit the corner, I'll turn the corner. I'll probably do an extra stitch or two to compensate for the greater length that you have to, you know, make the turn around the corner. And then going down this row, I'll have to do some experimentation and measuring because I'll be doing stitches into the sides. So I'll be doing stitches into here, probably 1 or 2 stitches into this space, stitches into here, so that it continues down along this edge. More cat hair. Yay! Jigglypuff has been caught by me and caught by Kitsune. I get to stay married. Alright, well thank you all for coming by. It's much appreciated. Like I said, I wanted to get this done. I got this done. That's the whole reason to stream. I will be back on Tuesday night with Final Fantasy 15. Because let me tell you, I had forgotten how much I liked that game, and once I finished playing on Wednesday night, I was like, oh, I want to play more. Like, I've been resisting the urge to boot it back up and keep playing. So, Tuesday and Wednesday night, both will probably be Final Fantasy 15. And then we'll be back next weekend with more crafting of some sort. Everybody stay safe, stay healthy, say hi to Julie, because she should be live by now. Staying married is a solid plan. It really is. I like that plan a lot. So yeah, let's go watch Julie do a Skyrim, and I'll see you guys all later.